In a week. Morning, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Steelers, here we go. Bounced in the first round again. Here we go. Yeah. Costly turnover by Baker, no doubt. It's a bummer. Had a terrific year. Morning, Wancho. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Thanks for joining us.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Overreaction Monday. Can you really overreact in the playoffs? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. I am in Scottsdale, Arizona, which is mountain time, and a frost warning, 36 degrees. See, Mark, I'm not allowed to go anywhere where it's not winter.
Well, David, it is winter for most of the country.
Uh-huh. But when
you used to live in an area where you never had winter.
Correct. Southwest Florida. It was glorious. It was warm all the time.
Right. You moved to Northeast Florida, where they have a little more seasonal weather than we have in Southwest Florida.
Really? You think a 14 to 16 degree difference in the temperature is a seasonal difference?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I can go along with that. Yeah. And now, this time of year, spent 4+ days in Kentucky, winter storm advisory throughout. All right. Come to Arizona, and it apparently certain parts of the valley, Paradise Valley, or the valley, whichever you want to call it, certain parts of the valley market's going to be below freezing. So there.
Bundle up.
Fortunately, the Vikings and the Rams are indoors. 72, very controlled environment. Breeze held to a minimum. Except for the hot air coming from the booth. But hello. Okay. I'm sleep deprived. Everybody's in the way today. All right, I'm taking down everybody today, including Miller and Moulton. I
feel a little on edge. I know I don't normally feel on edge doing a show with you, and I feel like you might come at me.
No, probably myself more than you, but yeah, everybody's in the way today. There's no question about it. How was your weekend,
David? It was one of those weekends that you won't really remember as a great weekend. But on Monday morning, when the wife and daughter left Saturday at noon to go do a gymnastics meet and basically said I didn't have to come, and I didn't argue. They never really invited me. And I was okay with that.
Did you feel like you were being set up?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. So
no, they were all excited to have a mother-daughter weekend, and I just encouraged it.
Right. In fact, you said, is there any way that this could be longer? Wait, there's only one meet? Well, why can't you have like 3 meets? I mean, for the amount of money we're paying for this, I mean, can't we have more than 1 meet?
So they left on Saturday. I watched college basketball. I watched NHL hockey. I watched the NFL. I watched them all at once, for that matter, David. I watched golf, for crying out loud. I took a nap here and there. It was glorious.
Naps are glorious. They are. All right. This morning show thing, they can get you back to when you were broadcasting hockey, the afternoon soap opera nap.
Absolutely.
Okay. You had forgotten.
I had a very good, very relaxed, very enjoyable weekend watching a lot of sports.
Good. Have to admit, the NFL playoffs were much like the beginning of the college football playoffs.
They need to talk to the committee. They've got this all wrong.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for too many teams. Is that what you're saying, Mark?
How Cincinnati was left out is beyond me.
But fortunately, the Commanders and the Bucks gave us a game last night. Unfortunately, for the Bucks, that's it. It's over. They screwed it up. In position to win, Baker with a very costly fumble, and then 2nd and 1 on the 12, and the Bucks get in their own way twice. Have to settle for a field goal to set Jaden Daniels and company up with a chance to win it, and that's what they did. A doink also. A doink. Well, you figure there's a good chance of a doink if Collinsworth is there. The doink seemed to happen when Collinsworth is there.
Unbelievable mistake by the Bucks and Baker. Can't make that mistake in that.
No.
Cannot make it.
Of course not. I mean, fumbling in exchange. I mean, come on. A handoff to a running back. I mean, that's, yeah. Never mind the fact it was on your own 15-yard line. And yeah. And the defense nearly held them again. But on 4th down, Daniels and McLaurin hook up, and Washington takes the lead. And then when Baker and the boys have a chance to correct their mistake, they screwed it up again. Had to settle for a field goal. Who knows how it turns out if they had punched it in there, converted 2nd and 1, made it 1st and goal, and They probably scored a touchdown. They had scored on the last, I think, 2 drives that they had. So, they would likely have punched it in and led by 4 with, however many minutes to go. And does Jaden Daniels still beat them? Maybe. Maybe. This just in, Mark. He's pretty good.
5 games in a row now. They've won on the last possession or as time's expired. I mean, this is unreal what he and they are doing late in games, David.
Well, also, 3rd and 6, 4 minutes to go, tie game. And the Bucs they got 2 guys that are breaking free from their offensive linemen, and they're barreling right in on Jaden Daniels. And he doesn't just throw a little pass out into the flat. There's not some curl or a quick out. No, it's a deep in down the middle of the field. It's a 21-yard completion. And he's about to get drilled in it coming right at him. He knows it's coming. 3rd and 6. And from there, they matriculated the ball in the field goal range and took up the rest of the clock. And
he took some hits last
Bucs.
night.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes,
Jaden Daniels took some hits last night. He is going to need that ice bath today.
And he's got one less day to prepare for the divisional round because Washington got a Saturday date in Detroit with the Lions, which makes sense because they're not going to make the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game turn around and play on a Saturday. They're at least going to give them 6 days until they play again. So the divisional round is set. 3rd straight year that a rookie quarterback has won a playoff game. So we got that little thing going. And for the Commanders, first playoff win in 19 years. We didn't talk that up very much. We had a lot going on last week on the show. We didn't talk up the fact that it's been 19 years since Washington had just won a playoff game.
And they do so with a rookie quarterback on the road. And yes, it's 3 years in a row for a rookie quarterback, but we pointed out last week, it's been how long since a rookie quarterback's won on the road in the playoffs?
Oh, boy. I thought it had been 20 years.
And it looked as if it was going to continue, but Tampa Bay fumbles the ball. And David,
I'm sorry. This is going to bother me. Russell Wilson, 2012, was the last time a rookie quarterback went on the road.
So 13 years.
I'm sorry, Mark. Continue.
Oh, that's all right. But Tampa Bay makes some critical errors. And the first thing I'm seeing this morning, David, I don't know how often you saw it, and maybe a little last night, is people already coming after Todd Bowles. Did he fumble the ball last night?
I was going to say, this is so predictable. All right, let's just face it. You guys don't like him for whatever reason. Seriously. And you tell us what the reason is. I mean, come on. He's won 3 straight division titles. Give me a break. All right. He's hired back-to-back terrific offensive coordinators, by the way. One guy got a job and the other guy is on the list, and the thought is he's going to get one soon. I mean, you want to criticize his defense? Really? Last night? I mean, come on. I mean, you just don't like him.
That's it.
I mean, you don't like him for whatever reason. You don't like his face. All right? You don't like his voice. You don't like his personality, or apparently lack thereof. But get over it. Come on.
Right there with you. Trying to think what he did wrong last night.
What, really? Like he couldn't line up properly and convert a yard? He couldn't get the snap count down properly to be able to execute 3rd and a yard?
He held the defensive back when you get a sack on 3rd down?
I mean, come on. Stop it already. Enough. Be a better fan than that. And the whole, we have to get rid of him because we might lose the offensive coordinator. What's it, Liam Cohen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, maybe you will. By the way, Baker's been playing for a different offensive coordinator every year for seemingly since his junior year of high school. Okay, he'll be fine. He really will.
That was the overreaction that I've seen this morning from those that, a few that cover the Bucs and a lot of fans that watch the Bucs.
Sure, you're disappointed. Home playoff game, expected to win. You had beaten that team earlier in the year. Hey, sports, man. Happens. You guys made the mistakes in the fourth quarter. They didn't. And you guys are the ones who have played in these playoff games in recent years. And needless to say, they hadn't.
So the Bucs go down. And I know, like you said, it's disappointing because who are they going to get? The Eagles. Well, they had already beaten the Eagles too. Felt as if they could do a little damage in this postseason.
And the Eagles didn't look particularly good. I mean, considering they were +4 in turnovers and they were in a grind with the Packers, you think we can go there and take our chances. Well, oh well. Welcome to the playoffs. This is how it works. Win in advance, lose and go home. This year, you're the latter. Miller and Moulton on an Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I don't know if UCLA quit because it was close at the half. And they got blown out in the second half. I did not really watch. Cronin got thrown out with, 5 minutes left?
Yeah, a little more than that. I watched his whole post game. He said, "Yeah, I intentionally got thrown out." He said the refs were killing us, wouldn't give us a chance. I was begging with him, just give us a chance, give us a chance. And he said, "Hey, I don't get technicals. And when's the last time I was ejected? I was ejected one other time, and the officials said it was a mistake." So he goes, "That's my first legit ejection."
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Hope you had a good weekend, and thanks for starting the week off with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll check in a few places around the country where they're licking their wounds from a playoff defeat, or, Mark, as Pat Kerwin has said for many a year on this show, winning or hope. And we'll check in on one place in particular where now they think they have hope. So Gabe Neitzel, who covers the Packers, will join us at the top of the hour. Ray Fittipaldo, who covers the Steelers, will join us in our 8 o'clock Eastern hour. And we'll head back to New England, where that didn't take long.
No, not at all. And they are all rejoicing.
Yep. They're back. They're down for a few years, but now we'll be back. We won't even need much time. Oh,
Reclaim our dominance in the AFC East. Good luck.
right. Good luck ripping it away from Buffalo. But better improve that roster. You'll be better coached, but better improve that roster. It's not very good. Hey, it was probably best that your wife was not home with you on Saturday night, because otherwise she would have been stuck watching the Steelers game.
Exactly. And being in a hotel room on the road with my daughter, she didn't have Amazon Prime, so therefore she didn't have to watch that debacle.
Mm-hmm. I'm just curious. We have said for years that the Steelers are in arguably the toughest position to be in sports. Now, we could argue it's a half a step further back. They keep sneaking into the playoffs, if you will. They keep getting that extra win to get them in the playoffs, only to get shellacked in the first round of the playoffs. But, Mark, they're like the people that you invite to the party, but nobody really wants to talk to them once they're at the party. So, you greet them and you put a drink in their hand and there's the food, and then you leave them. And they spend the whole night wandering around. Okay, is there anybody to talk to? I mean, see, the problem that I see is they don't take steps back. And I don't know how you get to where you need to go without taking a step back.
David, they're the best average team ever, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They have really figured out a way to personify above average. because they don't typically lose to teams that are worse than them. And yes, you can point out examples of games that they've lost here and there. It is the NFL. They occasionally beat the team that they shouldn't. First meeting with the Ravens. And they are very well coached, no matter what you may think of Mike Tomlin. They are prepared every week and show up every week. But from a roster standpoint, they lack in places that you cannot lack. Mainly the quarterback position, of which they've not had one now for what?
Well, certainly 5 years. The last 2 years of Ben's career, he was hanging on. You know, the 2 years with Kenny Pickett, and now this year, little Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. You know, I don't think the Steelers have gotten even average quarterback play for the last 5 years. At best this year, it was, you know, you graded on a whole, it was average at best.
And you want to blow it up.
Yes. 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 I don't see any other option. The way you've tried to do it has not worked. You've said that your standard is higher than this. If that's the case, then the way you're going about it is failing. Every single time it's failing. By the way, Mark, last year with Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph, what was their record? It was 10-7.
10-7.
They were the 7 seed. Mark, this year with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, what was their record?
10-7.
Yeah, they were the 6 seed. Right. Shellacked at Buffalo, shellacked at Baltimore. That's what their playoff. I mean, it's the same story.
And not even shellacked when people thought they had a chance. I mean, Vegas set the line and Baltimore covered.
Easily.
Of the biggest line of the weekend in the NFL.
Now, I have to admit, I don't know in a playoff game in recent years, do I remember a first half shellacking like that. Total yards in the first half, 306 to 58.
58.
This is an NFL game. This isn't Ohio State's season opener against San Jose State. This is an NFL playoff game. Two bitter rivals. 306 to 58. Holy blank.
And the 306 part is just as bad because what do you pride yourself on in Pittsburgh? The vaunted Steeler defense. And the Ravens did whatever they wanted to against you.
Yeah. Hey, Buffalo did it to Denver too. Okay. I mean, it took them a while to open it up on the scoreboard, but on the field, they were taking it to Denver. They were. You take away that opening pass from Nix for the touchdown. I mean, come on. I mean, Buffalo was toying with Denver yesterday, but we expected that. I mean, except for the, you know, some delusional Bronco fans. But I mean, come on. Buffalo's an elite team. Denver, great season. You made the playoffs. Got to start somewhere. Way to go, guys. And making the playoffs with all the dead money on your cap, it's a hell of an accomplishment. But come on, you were in way over your head yesterday. That's okay. This is part of the process.
But you build upon that. And the Steelers are stagnant with where they are. And they don't have a I mean, unless they're going to bring Russ back, they got to figure out the quarterback position.
Yes, they do. Meanwhile, what about your Chargers?
My who?
No. We gave you one mulligan. We gave you a temporary moment of weakness.
I think Justin Herbert just threw another interception.
You know what? Hold on. Is it Herbert or Jordan Love?
I'm not sure which.
Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah. Wow. That was
Houston
not good.
D came to play.
The Houston D is not that good.
No,
either.
they're not.
No. So that's oh boy. You know, I knew we were in trouble with our Chargers pick when I'm sitting in a hotel Saturday morning in Kentucky, and they gave the numbers as the home underdogs in the wild card round in the playoffs over the last 30 years. And they were really good, not just covering, in winning straight up. And I'm staring at that going, oh boy, that Chargers -3 against Houston doesn't look very good right now, does it?
Need to score touchdowns in the league. Had your chances early. Came up with 3 each time. And then a busted play leads to Houston going on a roll. Miller and Moulton.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
A sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, the reason Romo had a really good idea of what game they were getting is CBS and Fox after the wild card round, divisional playoffs, and obviously CBS and Fox each get a conference championship game. But CBS and Fox get to select which game they want. So it was, were they going to choose Mahomes and the Chiefs or Bills Ravens? And so Tony knew how CBS was thinking and that that's the game they would want. There's two things they fight for. They fight for the game they want and the time slot. So CBS got both. CBS got the game they wanted and they got the late Sunday game. Fox would rather have Commanders Lions. And then if given a choice, they'll take prime time.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Gabe Neitzel, who covers the Packers, will join us then. A little more than an hour. We'll head to Pittsburgh. Recap where the Steelers go from here. And 2 hours from now, we'll head to New England, back to Boston. Patriots have landed Vrabel. So when are they going to start winning again? We'll talk about that. But right now, some of what you may have missed from a pretty good Sunday in sports. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
So how many of you Bucs fans were a little leery right before kickoff when you're like, 4 home teams winning. 4 home teams winning easily. Home teams don't usually sweep wild card round. Well, Commanders gave the Bucs a game and then some. Fourth quarter fumble by Baker Mayfield. Bucs marching in for the go-ahead score, getting in their own way on 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 1 from the 12. Not snapping it in time, not lining up properly. Had to settle for a field goal. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders got the ball back. 4 or so minutes to go. And what's that, the 5th time, 6th time this year that the rookie has engineered a game-winning drive late in the 4th quarter for his Commanders, this time to give them their first playoff win in 19 years. Zane Gonzalez doinks a 37-yard field goal off the inside of the right upright and through as time expires, and the Commanders advance 23-20. The Bucs season is over, despite a 4th straight division title and having made the playoffs 5 years in a row. Earlier, Buffalo in the second half manhandled Denver 31-7. Josh Allen threw for 272 and 2 touchdowns. James Cook ran for $120 and a touchdown. Broncos offense didn't do anything in the second half. Didn't do much for the game after an early 43
Had a great first drive.
Yeah, Bo Nix touchdown. Absolutely. The Eagles scored 10 early points and didn't need much more. Jordan Love was not good. He threw 3 interceptions. Packers fumbled the opening kickoff, which led to a touchdown. Jalen Hurts, 2 touchdown passes. Saquon ran for 119 yards. Could have run for more, but slid down on the final drive because, well, once he got the first down, the game was over. Philadelphia, bit of a slog, beat Green Bay 22-10. So the Bills and Eagles, as the 2 seeds, will host in the second round. The matchups are set, Mark. Saturday, Texans go to Kansas City. Chiefs regulars haven't played a game in 3 weeks. Remember, they sat out the Denver game, and then they didn't play this past weekend. So Mahomes, Kelsey, and company, they're ready to go. We'll see if they're sharp early. Mark, what do you think Chiefs at home spread is over the Texans?
7.5.
Wow, right on it.
I didn't even look. That's a guess.
By the way, Texans Chiefs 4:30 Saturday on ABC. The nightcap Saturday, the other 1 seed. You know, the Detroit Lions. They get Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, 8 o'clock on Fox. Mark, since you're on a roll, Lions number against the Commanders.
5.5.
Ooh, much higher.
Really?
8.5.
Okay. Wow.
Yep. Sunday, the Eagles will play the early game against the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams divisional tilt in Arizona because of the disastrous fires in Los Angeles. Minnesota, a 2.5 point favorite on the road. These 2 teams met earlier in the year in LA, and the Rams won by 10. But the winner of the Vikings-Rams game will go to Philly for a 1 o'clock Sunday kick on NBC. And then the late game Sunday. The storylines are rich. Ravens, Bills, Lamar, Josh Allen. Both quarterbacks who lose divisional round playoff games often. In fact, I believe they each only have 1 win in this round of the playoffs. Something has to give between, well, the 2 quarterbacks that are expected to battle it out for league MVP honors. What do you think the point spread is in that one, Mark?
Wow. I'm going to say Bills by 1.5.
Bills by 1, which is Vegas's way of saying we actually think Baltimore's better, but Buffalo's at home, and that's worth 1.5 to 3 points, depending. So place your bets accordingly. Mike Vrabel, as we've mentioned, will be formally introduced today at noon as the new head coach of the Patriots. So all is right with the Patriots again. They have Mike Vrabel, Drake May. It's just a matter of time. Khalil Mack. It's interesting. He's still productive. He's 33 years old. And for the first time in his career, he's going to be a free agent. Only he said, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to keep playing. So he said, I've got that to figure out first. Khalil Mack, by the way, has never played on a team that won a playoff game. So he took that Chargers loss really hard. He's like, yeah, I thought this was the team. So, yeah, the problem was Justin Herbert threw that game away. Literally. Some college football news. Mark, when we were last on the air, it was Notre Dame against to be determined. Well, obviously we know that it's the Irish against Ohio State. Buckeyes opened as a 9.5 point favorite. It's already down to 8.5. The game is a week from tonight in Atlanta for the Natty. By the way, we play the ratings game on this show. Last year, the two semifinals were Alabama, Michigan in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Exactly. It did a monster, as you would expect. And then it was Texas and Washington in the nightcap in the Sugar, and those numbers were fine. But Alabama, Michigan was big. So they're comparing the numbers this year, Mark, where you had a New Year's Day semifinal last year. And this year you had a January 9th on a Thursday semifinal.
Right.
But it was between Penn State and Notre Dame. The Penn State-Notre Dame game drew on average of 18.5 million viewers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Not compared to last year's Alabama-Michigan Rose Bowl semifinal.
No.
And so people are wondering, oh, is this a sign? Or now the Friday, January 10th ratings between Ohio State and Texas are not in yet. Or if they are, they're being held. They'll likely be made available later today. We'll see what those ratings are. And then a week from tonight, obviously, Ohio State and Notre Dame. And will the South watch? 2 years in a row now. The SEC, not a part of the Natty. Will the South watch? The NBA played 9 games yesterday. Did they think they were going to get a lot of pub?
No, but they play on the weekends. Don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, they do. Orlando faced the Sixers team. No Joel Embiid, no Paul George. I mean, playing is optional. Although actually Embiid's got a sinus fracture and Paul George is, knee aggravated or whatever. Orlando won 104-99. Knicks humiliated the Bucks 140-106. That's after the Knicks got humiliated by Oklahoma City on Friday. Jalen Brunson with 44. Mark, sometimes you get rid of the coach, and it actually makes a difference. Sacramento lost their first game after firing Mike Brown, and they've now won 7 in a row. They went into Chicago, beat the Bulls last night, 124-119. The Cavs had their 12-game winning streak snapped. Indiana came in and beat them by 15, 108-93. The Cavs fall to 33-5. Yeah, still pretty good. Mark, Dallas had a 10-point lead the start of the fourth quarter at home against Denver. Denver outscored them 33-12 in the fourth. Dallas still trying to play without Luka and Kyrie. It's not going.
No, I think they're like 2-13 with those two out of the lineup, something like that. It's awful.
Kucherov with 2 goals. Lightning added 2 empty netters, beat Pittsburgh 5-2. Your Wings have won 7 in a row, Mark. Same thing going on with your hockey team was going on with the Sacramento Kings. You lost your first game with the new coach, and of course we bet them, and we haven't bet them since, and they've won 7 in a row.
That's right, David. Exactly right.
And now that they've started winning, I couldn't convince Mark to bet the Wings because that would mess with the Wings winning streak. And, so we just have to sit on the sidelines and wait this out. Great. 6-2 Wings over the Kraken. Ottawa snapped the Stars' 7-game winning streak, 3-2. Anaheim by that same score in overtime in Carolina. That's a surprise. And Vegas joins Washington and Minnesota for the most points in the league. The Golden Knights beat the Wild 4-1. They're playing golf. They start as early as possible. Sony Open in Hawaii. Canadian Nick Taylor, he loves that 18th hole. He was 2 back, was over the green on a par 5 and 2, chips in for eagle to get in the playoff, and then birdies the playoff hole twice. The second one good for the win, his 5th career win, 3rd time he's won in a playoff.
The leaders I happen to have that on other TV. The leaders choked that up down the stretch. Taylor had no business winning that tournament. There was guys at 16 under that one hit it out of bounds on the tee shot on 16. Another one bogeys the par 3 17th, and neither of them make birdie on the 18th hole to get back into the playoff, a par 5. It was a mess out of the leaders.
Imagine that, the pressure of winning a tournament.
Bunch of guys who'd never done it before, having to try to get home. Not that easy to grip it when you're trying to win for the first time.
And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. You know, we could have some fun with the poll question. Okay.
Who choked more, Herbert or Love?
Could do that. Okay.
I don't know if that's fun. That's a little spiteful.
Well, I just, you know, I mean, we could ask, we go back to, you know, what's this, 5 years in running now? You know, Tua or Herbert, who would you choose? Boom. They both have a ton of playoff wins. As many as Miller and Moulton have, in fact. But we can come up with something, and we will. Swamp Buggy racist poll question.
I'll tell you what, between Herbert and Love, of the being anointed the next, I was thinking of you when you talked about Love last year against San Francisco in that second half when he played so poorly and had a lead and then just comes up in the playoffs short again. And I was thinking about things you said last year and watching him play. Now, a little bit has to do with the fact that every receiver for the Packers got knocked out of that game.
There's no doubt. But the thing that bothers me about Love is, you know, his footwork is a lot like Aaron Rodgers. Well, Rodgers managed to be accurate with his footwork. Jordan Love is oftentimes inaccurate. I mean, mid-fourth quarter, they have to, it's 4th and 3, and it's a quick out pattern. And he missed, the throw was so high by the time the receiver catches it, he can't get his feet down in bounds. I mean, that's a routine throw for a third-string quarterback. I mean, the game's on the line here, Jordan. Come on now. But he's been anointed. But I don't know, man. You dig down, you know, even that Cowboys playoff win. Yeah, he made 2 big plays throwing the ball. Completed a little over 50% of his passes that game. And Justin Herbert's going to keep hearing it. And listen, Peyton Manning went years before he won a playoff game. I think his first 2-3 playoff games, he lost them. But till you win, you're a bum, I tell you. A bum. Gabe Neitzel to talk about Jordan Love and the Packers next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Price Design. Jaden Daniels is very good. I hope he stays healthy.
That hit he took along the sidelines and he got up from that when he ran and got just level. I'm like, damn.
Well, Manning lost his first 3 playoff games. 99, 2000, 2001. 2000 season lost to the Dolphins. 2001, they got humiliated by the Jets. And so 03, they won 2 playoff games to go to the AFC Championship game, lose to the Patriots. But he started 0-3. Eli started 0-2. Yeah, I think that was 08. And that was the game that got the rule changed about a second team getting the ball in overtime because the Colts lost to the then San Diego Chargers, and the Colts never got the ball in overtime. And the league said, I think we should let the Peyton Mannings of the world have the ball. And I believe that was Dungy's last game. Well, then the next year, DC was the 09 NFC title game. But the first time it was seriously brought up, because I remember Peter King was banging the drum really hard for it. And then, yes, after an NFC championship game in which a team never got the ball and lost on a field goal, they went, Yes. Yes, it was.
Gabe is all set.
Well, the excuse now is that he has no weapons except for McKone. So when they get him weapons.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Gabe Neitzel is kind enough to join us. He's in the middle of his workday, actually. He does mornings for ESPN Radio in Milwaukee, and it's part of the Packers Radio Network. You can follow Gabe on X at gneitzel16, gneitzel, Neitzel 16. Gabe, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. How are you?
Good morning, boys. I wish I was a little bit better, but unfortunately, the Packers season's come to a close.
Well, Jordan Love, had a rough second half against San Francisco last year. He was the darling coming into the game, off to a great start. This playoff, 4 interceptions. What do you attribute the poor play, if you will, to in the postseason these last 6 quarters?
I think that last year it was, kind of a growing experience. One of those moments where you're playing well and all of a sudden you look up, you're at the number 1 seed, and you're like, oh crap, we can actually do this. And maybe the pressure gets to him. This year it was another slow start that I think ultimately doomed him. It's kind of been something that's plagued him for whatever reason this year. And with this Packers offense this season, without Christian Watson in the second half, they just really struggled. And he's the one guy who can take the top off of a defense and kind of draw a little bit of extra attention. So I think that kind of factors into it. But yeah, I think there's no doubt that Jordan's second season as the starter in Green Bay is a little disappointing. And I think that was, all the things that were kind of plaguing him all season certainly popped up in the game last night.
Gabe, we were talking about this before the playoffs. The Packers looked really good, but they couldn't beat the Lions, couldn't beat the Vikings, couldn't beat the Eagles this year. 6 of their 7 losses were to those 3 teams. What is it you think they need to take the next step, or do they just need to get another year older because they're still the youngest team in the league?
Yeah, for some guys, I think it's getting a year older and growing. But, you actually have to grow. I think coming into the season, I take a look at the wide receiver position guys. And, there was this talk of, they don't need a number 1 wide out. They've got these 4 really talented guys that they trust and believe in Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks, and Jaden Reed. And I would say year over year, the only one who showed some improvement was Christian Watson. And who knows when he's going to be available to the team next year, because he tore his ACL and there might be more damage in there. I have to wait and see when he actually has the surgery, but he tore his ACL last week in week 18. So he's not going to be ready for the start of the season. I think it's, for some young guys, it's continuing to grow and become potential stars, but I think it's a lack of star power on this roster. You look at all the teams that are still going to be playing in that divisional round, and they've got stars. They've got guys who are Pro Bowlers, potential All-Pros, especially at the pass-catching position. The Packers, I think, especially on the offensive side, they just didn't have that impact player on the outside. I think Tucker Kraft can continue to grow as a tight end. But from the wide receiver position, they don't have a Justin Jefferson and A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown, some of these other guys that are going to be playing potentially in that divisional round. So I think that's what they're really missing. And the good news for them is they were aggressive in free agency last year, got their, two of their 3 Pro Bowl players in free agency a year ago, and they're going to have even more cap space because they're going to be finally out from underneath that Aaron Rodgers contract and the dead money from trading him to the Jets a couple of seasons ago.
And obviously, it's going to have to almost be through free agency, Gabe, because drafting, 24th now, you're going to have to be very diligent and a little lucky to pick up what you need receiver-wise at that point in the draft, aren't you?
Yeah, and look, I think the receiver class is going to be a little bit deeper. I don't know if any of those guys are going to be there because the quarterback class is going to be so thin at the top. I haven't really started to do the deep dive, unfortunately, into the draft work. But, yeah, they're going to have to use free agency. Maybe pick up an additional pass rusher because that was something else that they really lacked, I think, at times yesterday and at times all season. They had 45 sacks, guys, in the season, which is a good number, top 10 in the league. But when you factor in that 15 of those 45 sacks came in 2 games against subpar opponents. That, it just needs to be better. That pass rush needs to be better and more consistent. And, like you said, it's tough to find a premier pass rusher if you're drafting 24, if you're drafting in the back part of the second round. So I think like they did back in 2019 when they brought in Preston Smith, Zadarius Smith, they also may have to be in the market for a pass rusher who's somehow undervalued and bring them in and let them go in Green Bay.
Gabe Neitzel, mornings, ESPN Radio Milwaukee, part of the Packers Radio Network. Follow him on X, the letter G, Neitzel 16, G, Neitzel, Neitzel 16. Fandom going to take this loss okay, or are expectations always extremely high? I mean, you were the 7 seed. You know, the fans knew that, hey, we're pretty good, but we're not elite. The elite we didn't beat.
Yeah, I mean, so the fan base was already starting to get a little unsettled last week after losing to the Bears and the way that game happened, and nobody was really expecting that. I think the fan base, ultimately the fan base, we're going to be okay. I think we're going to settle in, realize all those things that you just said. Yes, we were the 7 seed going on the road. It was one of the first things that Matt LaFleur said in his press conference last night is, one of his biggest takeaways is, man, you got to find a way to win the division. Easier, obviously, said than done, especially with Minnesota, the way they played this year, Detroit, the way they played the last 2 seasons. But getting home games and potentially getting a bye is just so much easier in the postseason than always having to go on the road the way they've had to the last 2 seasons. I think ultimately everyone's going to settle in. There are going to be some people who are upset and don't think that, Matt LaFleur or General Manager Brian Gutekunst have done a good enough job. But I think once you factor in, okay, this is still the youngest team in the league. Now, I don't think they can be the youngest team in the league next year. I don't think that's something that's a winning formula. This is still the baby steps, the first couple of steps here of something that I think Gutekunst is trying to build and hoping that this team can eventually grow into that juggernaut that they want to be.
What's the next step Jordan Love has to make? Because obviously there is a ton of potential there, and we've seen the when he's played well, how good it can be. But what do they need to get out of Love next year?
To me, it's consistency, and that's across the board, not just with his play, but I think a lot of his fundamentals. He'll because he's a 5th-year guy, but at the same time he's only a 2nd-year starter, so he's kind of this tweener spot of he's not necessarily a young guy, but experience-wise, he's got 2 years under his belt, and there will be times where, he'll make one of his great attributes is being able to throw, off his back foot, his arm angle, and he can drop it down and throw from different angles. But the problem with that is once he, starts feeling a little bit of pressure or he completes one of those passes off the back foot, you start to see it a little bit more, and that's where the inconsistencies come. So I think it's a consistency, across the board with his footwork. I think he needs to be a more accurate passer for this team to continue to thrive next year and being better in non-play action situations. When he was asked to straight drop back this year, the numbers weren't where they needed to be. So I think it's really just a consistency thing with a lot of different things within his game. Like you said, the potential's there, and we've seen he can make all the throws, he can do all the things. It's just continuously working at it and being able to put it all together.
Well, it'll be a longer offseason than what you wanted, but then again, you guys are hosting the draft, so have fun with that.
Yeah, I think we're going to be excited for that. That's going to be such a cool event up at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. I can't wait for everybody to see it. I'm still curious where they're going to put all these people, because it's not like, some of these other places that have the stadium in the middle of, giant parking lots everywhere, and you've got another stadium next door that you're sharing parking lots with. Now, I mean, people park in lawns in Green Bay because the parking lot around Lambeau Field isn't big enough. You're walking through a neighborhood, and then all of a sudden, here's this mecca of football. So I'm not quite sure where we're going to put all the people, but it's going to be a lot of fun in late April when the draft is up in Green Bay.
Gabe, safe travels, and thanks for your time. We really appreciate it, and we'll catch up before the draft.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Gabe Neitzel, mornings, ESPN Radio Milwaukee, Packers Radio Network. G Neitzel 16 is how you follow him on X. We mentioned earlier, Mark, where do the Steelers go from here? Where do the Packers go from here? Like, my son-in-law is a Packers fan. He texts me late in the game, we need a number 1 receiver. And I, of course, text back, you mean like Devontae Adams?
Maybe you could get him again.
Yeah, but you could have had him. Could have had him these last 2 years, if you know what I mean.
I understand.
I mean, you're going to pay T. Higgins? Are you going to be the one? You're going to overpay for T. Higgins to make sure you get him? Is T. Higgins a difference maker?
That's the problem. You've got to overpay for what's out there in free agency. And is T. Higgins a true number one?
Right. And, is the answer yes? It's just that he's playing next to one of the top 2 receivers in the league. So he doesn't look like one? Or is the answer no?
He's playing next to one of the top 2 receivers in the league.
And that's what a number one, right. That's what a number one looks like. Right. So Twitch chat room alive and well today. Got a couple Broncos fans who are taking it on the chin. They've been pounding their chest throughout the year, and so they're getting a little of it back. Playoffs will do that. Also now the Justin Herbert discussions, Herbert versus Love. And it is true, Jordan Love lost all his weapons during the game yesterday, and Christian Watson the week before. All right? And, hey, Justin Herbert, he didn't have his weapons either except for McKone. And they both threw a load of interceptions without those weapons. Imagine that.
Houston's defense was all over Herbert.
Yes, they were.
We thought going into that game, at least I thought, David, that the Chargers were the more physical team. They were not.
No, they weren't. I also think the Chargers are really lacking weapons.
And you'd said that throughout the year. They're a running back and a receiver, and that's about it.
And I didn't know how they were scoring the points these last few weeks that they were scoring. Turned out the reason they were is they were playing inferior competition. The only team with a winning record, playoff team that they beat the Broncos twice. That's it. The Chargers were maybe a little puffed up. Maybe a little puffed up were the Chargers. The head coach's reputation. The star quarterback who's yet to win a playoff game. The uniforms. It has a soft spot for just about everyone.
I think a little bit of that could be said for the Packers being puffed up a little bit. Good record, hadn't beaten good teams. Everybody was looking for a hole in the Eagles, and will Sirianni lose a playoff game? But that Philadelphia defense came to play, and they were incredibly physical in that win. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. Poll question on the other side. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Chargers Irish football, even though you don't ever ask me. The Chargers have far worse weapons. You got Mims and you got Sutton. That's two strong weapons at receiver.
But Denver needs to improve the talent around Bo Nix, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Could use a better running game. What do you want for a poll question? Bigger disappointment, Packers, Chargers. Well, they can't really say,
Bucks. Worst loss of the weekend, Steelers. Packers. Yes, DC, he did like the Chargers a lot.
Worst loss of the weekend, Bucks, Steelers.
Packers, Chargers.
Yeah.
Well, Will, first off, I'm on the road. I'm a little more tired than usual. So it's during the commercial breaks, but this is when we, get the commentary in the Twitch chat room, what have you, and we respond to them. They're kind of just arguing amongst themselves right now. So.
And Will can't see that, though, David, because the red ones are YouTube.
Gotcha.
It's a commercial break, Will.
Yeah.
It's a commercial break. It's as simple as that. Thank you for joining us. We just did a segment. We're going to be back on the air in 24 segments. Just a little regroup time. That's all it is.
And yes, Larry, I get to go to Kansas City. And I'll probably get barbecue after the game. Yes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Ray Fittipaldo in 40 minutes to talk a little Steelers. And then we'll head back to Boston, talk about Mike Vrabel at noon today being introduced as the next coach of the Patriots.
Shocked by that, Vrabel getting the job. That came out of nowhere, David. Couldn't believe that happened yesterday.
No, it was a shocker. It was a shocker. Apparently, though, Kraft said to him, hey, if we're going to do this, we need to do it now. Like, if it goes another couple days, you're going to
What, you're not going to hire him?
Well,
I mean, really? I mean, in all the times you could look at Mr. Kraft and say, really? What are you going to do, Bob? You're gonna hire? I mean, Aaron Glenn wouldn't even take your interview. He knew I had the job. What the hell are you going to do? Are you going to wait a couple days because I want to talk to Tom? That's going to piss you off, and then you're not going to give me the job? Good luck with that.
I think he was just trying to nudge Vrabel along. That's all. That's what was reported anyway.
I understand, but come on, Bob. Let's slow down a little bit.
Even though reportedly Vrabel told Brady a couple of weeks ago, don't bother calling me. I'll take the Patriots job. Oh, okay. What's our poll question?
David, we really went out on a limb today once again. Worst loss of the weekend. We give you 4 choices: Bucs, Steelers, Chargers, Packers.
Okay. All for different reasons, obviously, but I hear you. Worst loss of the weekend. Only one of those 4 was expected to win, the Bucs. Steelers got manhandled, though.
The Chargers were favored.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot that. Yep. So, worst loss of the weekend. I'd have to say the Steelers. So, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, vote on X. Can we go back not even 72 hours? When we were last on the air, Ohio State and Texas were 12 hours away from playing.
Right.
That was a pretty good football game.
It was. Ohio State took a bunch of first half penalties that kept killing drives. Looked as if they had opportunities to extend an early lead, but they were unable to because they kept killing themselves with penalties.
But we had talked going into the game about, they had played 2 A games in a row, and would they be able to play 3 in a row? And the answer, which, some of us thought, come on, the odds are you're not going to play 3 A games in a row. They didn't play an A game. And Texas was good enough that if you're going to throw a B game out here, we can beat you. We can beat you. We could certainly be a yard away from tying you with 2.5 minutes to play. But how about that Jack Sawyer story? I mean, that script would get rejected as a little too hokey, right?
Always wanted to be a Buckeye.
Right. Did you hear the Holly Rose story, which I didn't know? His dad was like, we're taking all 5 visits, okay?
Right.
Blah, 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 blah. Dad lays down to take a nap. He picks up the phone, calls Ryan Day, and says, yeah, I'm coming to play for you.
And then is roommates with Quinn Ewers.
Right.
And he's the one who has the strip sack, scoop and score to seal the game for the Buckeyes. Incredible. I will say on the Buckeyes drive for the go-ahead touchdown to make it 21-14, all the penalties that had been called on the Buckeyes, they maybe missed the biggest one.
Right. They let the right tackle just mug.
Mug.
Mm-hmm. Tell you what, though, I'm glad for Dylan Gabriel that they finished that drive off and scored, because on that fourth down play when he was wide open and he was going to run into the end zone and the turf monster got him.
Will Howard, you mean?
I'm sorry, Will Howard. I mean, that's tough. You know, if you don't pound that sucker in and you end up losing the game, I mean, that's a tough one. Well, what stopped you from scoring? Me. Well, what happened?
Got a little excited.
I tripped over myself.
Thought I was going downhill. I was going flat, and I fell.
Right. Got going a little too fast. The mind and the feet weren't on the same page. Right. So, but it's the Buckeyes and the Irish, and they'll play in a week. Ohio State, a big early favorite, and they will be a big favorite. You know what's remarkable to me, and I know I've said this before, so I apologize for repeating myself, but I remember when Tressel took the Buckeyes to the title game against Miami, and then realizing, wait a minute, they haven't won a natty in over 30 years. And then if you think about it, think of all the winning Ohio State has done since Jim Tressel and the Buckeyes beat the Canes in double overtime. That's 22 seasons. They've won a lot. How many natties do they have, Mark, in those 22 years?
Many as you and I.
Well, no, they got the one.
Oh, they got the one. I'm sorry.
With Urban. But, I mean, they win a lot of games, and yet, I mean, what do they have, like 4 or 5 national championships as a school? And if they beat Notre Dame, it'll be their 3rd title in 55 years. Man, they've won a lot of games during those 55 years.
Seemingly never bad, David.
No.
That's the thing. You can point to almost any program of the great programs and can point to a run of bad years. Alabama's had them. Michigan's had them. But Ohio State seemingly doesn't have that run of 3-4 years where it's mediocre football. It's really good every damn year.
I mean, they got rid of Earl Bruce because they couldn't stand going 8-3 back in the day. I mean, what? They had the 6-6 season that Luke Fickell filled in between Tressel and Urban. Oh my goodness! You thought the sky is falling. So it's interesting that Ohio State, all the winning, and yet, well, much like Michigan before they won last year. I mean, Michigan shared the 97 title with Nebraska. And then when was the last title before that? Almost black and white television.
But even Michigan's had runs where it's not been great. Seemingly Ohio State's not had that.
Nope. So Buckeyes and Irish will be interesting. We'll only 2 parts of the country watch. And now, what are we going to say about Ryan Day if he and they win?
Best team money can buy. That's what I would say.
Is he off the hook, though? Can we stop all that talk about him potentially losing his job?
Is he going to beat Michigan next year?
Yeah, but if he wins the Natty, does he have to beat Michigan?
Yes. Yes, David, he does. Listen to Eddie George on an interview in the pregame. And Eddie George is saying, well, yeah, but he's still got to beat that team up north. They don't call him by name, for crying out loud.
I know. Well, that's their problem. That's their, this is where they're being juvenile. This is where they deserve to keep losing. To Michigan. But
He's off the hook right until they play Michigan next year.
Would have loved to see Texas pound that sucker in. Tie game, 2.5 to play. Chip Kelly, Will Howard. Okay, what do you got? What do you got for us? Miller and Moulton. Ray Fittipaldo is what we've got in a half an hour.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And here, instead of silence this break, you can get some crunching. There. David's having a GD snack for Rex Ryan. Rex, I had the pregame show on at 11 just because I turned the television, flipped the television on, and Rex does a reader for Snickers. Come on. Let's have a snack. You take the GD out of it. How does Rex not say Snickers? Let's have a snack. I was like, come on.
E.B. Hill, it's an intentional delay. It's done usually for language and for other purposes, but yes, there's a 10 to 15 second delay between what you see home versus when it really happens.
And if they're watching on streaming, it could be up to 45 seconds of a delay. Tell you what, I know you had a little bit going on. That Panthers in Florida is just fun right now. Or Panthers and Bruins, rather. I'm sorry. Herbie got a little uptight there.
Irish football, there used to be a list of words you couldn't say, but that seems to be changing. But no coaches who are currently employed can do a face-to-face interview until after the next round of the playoffs. There are no face-to-face interviews with currently employed assistant coaches allowed until after the divisional round. If you're unemployed, you can have a face-to-face.
And I don't know, for the way they do these interviews, what are you really getting out of a Zoom interview?
Don't know.
Is that just a warm-up to make sure they want to bring you in?
I think so. They can do Zoom, they can do phone, they can't do face-to-face.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Ray Fittipaldo will join us then. Where the Steelers go from here. 1 hour from now, we'll head back to Boston. Tim McKone, who joined us last week and said, oh, yeah, it's Vrabel. We can go, hey, you were right. He'll join us 1 hour from now. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, the NFL team who had the most disappointing loss, Steelers, Chargers, Packers, Bucks. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
My head said Bucks, my heart said Chargers. I was torn between the two. But the Chargers getting blown out in a game they were favored in, to me, was the worst loss. The Steelers were expected to get blown out. They did. Packers were expected to get beat. I didn't call it the worst loss because simply they lost too many players during the game and started without one that made it seemingly impossible for that offense to get going. And the Bucks, it is really disappointing the way it ended. There is no doubt. It was tough to watch as Baker Mayfield screwed up when the ball should have been hiked. It was too late. Couldn't turn around to give it to the receiver on the sweep. Fumbled the snap. Cost them the game.
Don't know if I like the play call on your own 15-yard line. I got to be honest with you. Don't know if I want to run a timing handoff play on my own 15, but they've been doing it all year. They should have gotten it right. And, yep, Baker screwed up. And the Bucs also screwed up after that. They drove down the field. They had 2nd and 1 on the 12. And Baker tried a quarterback sneak, couldn't get it. And then they looked like they were going to run something similar or pretend they were going to run that and hand it to the running back. And they, ball was snapped when seemingly half the line wasn't ready to block. So they didn't convert 2nd and 1 from the 12, just like Texas. They'll talk about for a long time, 1st and goal at the 1. and the play calling that then ensued. By the way, you had mentioned Herb Street during the break. Here's the problem I have, and you could say whatever you want about me, okay? Your job as an analyst is to break the game down, but to offer opinions on the key moments of the game. All right? And when Herb Street after the fact says, well, I don't want to comment on the play call that Sarkisian made 2nd and 1. Well, what do you mean you don't want to comment? It's kind of a big deal. They decided to go with a toss down on the 1.5 yard line. A play that is a feast or famine play. You can clearly lose big yardage on a toss. So, I'm not going to comment on that play. What? Oh, so you're going to comment on what you feel like commenting about? What you want to comment about? What's that? Florida State being in the playoff, that you want to comment about. Okay. Ohio State and what they spent their money on in the offseason, I really don't want to comment on that. Come on. What the hell? No offense. Do your damn job. At least that's what I think your job is.
I'd have had no problem if they'd have snuck the ball 4 times there from the 1.
Right.
Really and truly.
I mean, don't they have a tush-push play or a bush-push play?
They have an Arch Manning play.
Well, there is that. But I can understand even not going to it because, you bring a guy in virtually cold. What if he fumbles? How do you, okay, fine. But
this is where quarterbacks not getting under center becomes a problem, David.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think so. It does add to the legend, though, of Ohio State. They've been, goal line stand against Penn State, 1st and goal at the 3. We all know what happened. 1st and goal at the 1. We all know what happened. Okay.
I'm with you that, and you've talked about this, it is the essence of what an analyst is supposed to do.
Well, I think so.
But he would rather just analyze the play after it happened.
I mean, to me, also, quite frankly, if I was his boss, what do you mean you don't want to? What are we paying you for? But, all right, I digress. I'm better.
Miller and Moulton, 21,000's the text line, 21000. If you've not texted the show in a while, you need to text the keyword Miller. Would love to hear from you on the text line, or you can always join the show, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, and watch the show and comment as much as you'd like in the chat room.
And I voted for the Steelers, by the way, as having the worst loss, because I really think that, the Bucs, they're going to try to add to their defense. Some of the young guys they've picked in recent years are not getting the job done. They need better guys on that side of the ball.
Their offense is pretty much set. You think if Godwin comes back, Evans, now you've developed a third receiver. You've got a tight end. You've got a running game. Your line's played particularly well. I mean, that offense is set going forward, David.
I'd be surprised if Godwin came back because I believe he's a free agent.
Well, they might get him at a discount now because of the injury. He's not going to get what he was going to get prior to the injury.
By the way, if I'm the Packers, there's somebody I'm targeting. A proven receiver. Yeah, he's coming off an injury. And it's probably why we can get him at the price that we're comfortable paying him. Also, Mark, what is it Green Bay could offer Godwin? And we'll make you our 1. Godwin hasn't been a 1. They all want to be a 1.
They do. I think he's more of a slot guy personally than a 1 on the outside, but that's just me.
But I think we all know what the Chargers are going to do. Chargers, they need more weaponry around Herbert. Their wide receiver and running back room, not good enough. And then, yeah, obviously, every part of the team you can improve, but will be a big focus. Remember, they could have had Brock Bowers, but they took the offensive tackle instead. I mean, Harbaugh was building it the way he wanted to build it. First, he built the ground floor, if you will. Now it's time to add. I think with the Packers, we know what they're going to do. They need some difference makers. Both sides of the ball, they need some difference makers. You take a look at the Vikings, the Eagles, and the Lions. They've got stars on their offense. They have stars. What does Green Bay have?
And a lot of good, nothing great, David.
And I commend them for signing Josh Jacobs. And by the way, quick sidebar, Mark, how about the year the free agent running back had? Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Joe Mixon, Josh Jacobs. 4 teams who invested in running backs. How did that go? You think maybe some teams out there should invest in a running back? Next time there's a pretty good one that hits the market? Oh, I don't know. It's a running back. He's 28 years old. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Mixon got held to a handful of yards in the first half, then like 91 in the second half. So, ended up with over 100 for the game, but most of that coming in the second half.
I'm hoping some teams change their tune in the next year or two when a good free agent running back hits the market. Structure it in a way that, if you need to cut bait after 2-3 years, you can cut bait. But come on, man, pay the man. Like, I love the contract the Packers did with Jacobs. Jacobs is getting his 12.5 a year, but it's a series of 1-year deals. Packers can cut bait at any point in time, and this year was the only guaranteed year on it. So Josh has to keep performing. He doesn't perform, the Packers move on. But if Josh keeps performing, Josh keeps getting paid. All right. But the reason I voted for the Steelers is, Mark, is that I think they're the one team that's been eliminated from the playoffs. And we haven't spent much time talking about Buffalo's systematic tear down in the second half of Denver. Well, they're better than Denver. Okay. And if you're Denver, well, you've got 50-something million dead cap money with Russell Wilson this year. I mean, you're going to have more resources. You're just starting to get your full draft pick allotment back after giving up what you gave up to get Russell Wilson. So the Broncos, in theory, are only going to get better. I voted for the Steelers because I actually think of all the teams, Mark, that have been eliminated, they're the ones in organizational turmoil, in a sense. Where do we go? What do we do?
And we've talked about this for years, that when you just trickle into the playoffs, you draft in a spot where it's tough to get the pieces that you need. They have built the team in the right way. I mean, they've invested a lot in their own line. It's not all worked.
No. And so do you just say, oh, well, we have to go back to drafting better? I mean, remember, Cam Hayward's in his mid-30s. How many more years is Watt going to be Hall of Famer Watt? Because he's a beast. An absolute
Minka's getting older on that defense.
Right. Minka, been playing for a while. Right. And besides, no team spends more money on that side of the ball than the Steelers. How many playoff wins has it gotten you? Is it time to move on from Mike Tomlin, who's under contract for 2 more years? I don't blame Tomlin at all. With what he has to work with on one side of the ball, I don't blame him at all. Another reason, Mark, why they're in turmoil. Pickens is clearly their best weapon. He's also an a-hole. And a head case. What do you do?
I wouldn't get rid of him. I know you would.
And that's coming from me.
I know.
Me.
But you get rid of him, you have 0 weapons. 0. And Freiermuth's a nice tight end. He's a good tight end. Might even be a top third tight end. But he's not a Brock Bowers, Laporta, Hawkinson difference maker to me, David.
Don't disagree. No, he's a nice piece. He is. But, I mean, Pickens is clearly your best wide receiver when he feels like playing.
But that skirts. What are you going to do at quarterback? All that matters is what are you going to do at quarterback? You going to bring back Russ? Really? And I know that's the question. If you don't bring back Russ, where are you going to go?
Right. You know, you going to be the one that drafts Jackson Hart out of Ole Miss in the first round?
Or do you go get Kirk Cousins when he's on the market? Which is where I would lean.
Okay.
I may still draft a quarterback and get Kirk Cousins.
So that's why I voted for the Steelers. Worst loss of the weekend. That's our Swamp Buggy Racist poll question. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Text line open at 21,000. A few of you chiming in about players to go get and players that are gone from teams. Always love the just simple fans of teams that say, let's go Redskins. We did it, baby.
There you go. There you go. I am happy for Redskins/Commander fan. I am. I mean, you go a generation without winning a playoff game. 19 years. Yeah, that's long enough. Come on. And even if it ends Saturday night in Detroit, that's okay. You got your quarterback. Cross your fingers this one stays healthy. Because if so, you're going to be a legit team in this league for the next 10 years.
Man, is he fun to watch.
Yes, he is. And we are going to see a lot of them, Mark. The Commanders are going to be all over primetime NFL for the next few years for as long as he stays healthy.
It's a hidden draw. We've talked about it. They've been in the doldrums for so long that we really haven't seen much Redskins/Commanders football. Those days are over. How are they going to be able to fit 5 Jets games and 5 Cowboy games still in prime time with all these other good quarterbacks, David?
That's funny. That's very funny. Miller and Moulton. Ray Fittipaldo, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He'll join us. Remember, 21,000, the text line. Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Where did you see it pick 'em, by the way? Only my first day. Where did you see pick 'em? I still got Bills -1. Well, the Raiders, Dion hasn't commented about it, and the Raiders, the word was yesterday, have no interest in Dion. Yeah, well, only my first day. We don't either, but working pretty hard at that rhyme, Pius. Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
got to call Ray?
Yep.
Okay.
Ray's on.
Those asking, Kevin Durant, Zion, Anthony Davis, they won the Wooden Award as freshmen.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Overreaction Monday, at least if you live in the 239 and the 904, because the Diamond District bonus hour is an hour away. If you're in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas, then this is the final hour of Miller and Moulton. Our poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. So who had the worst loss of the weekend? The Bucks, the Chargers, they were both favored to win and didn't. The Packers or the Steelers? Vote at that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Ray Fittipaldo is kind enough to join us. He covers the Steelers for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You can follow Ray on X at Ray Fit. That's with 2 T's. Ray Fit, the number 1. Ray Fit 1. Ray, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. Are you going to submit a story that you've written in the last 2 or 3 years at roughly this day and just change the names and submit the same story?
Yeah, I mean, guys, it's amazing how familiar all of these playoff losses are. You know, they get behind big early. They're never good enough to claw back into it. And I think in the end, you know, Mike Tomlin is a good enough coach. Get them into the playoffs, you know, usually as a wild card, but it's clear that they're just in this middle of the pack. And as long as they're in the middle of this pack, they're going to draft middle and they're going to be middle. And it's really hard to compete for a Super Bowl when you're drafting at that, you know, in that area every single year. Can't get a good quarterback, and you're not getting the draft's top prospects year in and year out.
Well, I'll start with the quarterback position, Ray, because what did they do? They obviously, you know, they brought in Fields, they brought in Russ. It worked to get them to a wild card, but as you said, it's the same old in the postseason. So, first question, would you bring Russ back?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you would have asked me that 6 weeks ago, I would have said yes emphatically. He was playing really well when they were 10-3. You know, when for 10-3 guys, they had a legitimate shot at you know, being a top 3 seed. And you know, they fell apart obviously, but Russ was a big part of that. So I would bring Russ back, because you never want to start over at the quarterback position every single year. But I would bring him back at, you know, a relatively modest price, maybe $25-30 million a year on a 2 or 3 year deal. This way, if you have to get rid of him after a year or two, you know, it's not too much of a, you know, of a cap hit on your salary cap. So I would bring him back. I think he's good enough to come back. But I also think you got to draft and develop a younger guy behind him.
What do they do with Pickens? And Ray, I love diva wide receivers. I love them. I'm guilty of it. I've seen Pickens in person twice this year. I'd get rid of him. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. He does not play hard all the time. And he wants to be treated like he's a guy that he's not. I mean, this is one of the few times, Ray, that I would unload the diva. What are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not unfamiliar territory for the Steelers. They've had really talented receivers in the past that they have moved on from. Antonio Brown was one. When he became too much to handle, they traded him for a third-round pick. They traded Martavis Bryant, who is probably more similar to Pickens than anyone. If you guys remember Martavis, just one of the most talented players in the league, but he can never figure it out from a maturity standpoint. So to me, that's a similar situation. You know, they were actually able to fetch a third-round pick from Martavis as well. So if they want to go down that road, I think they can recoup some draft assets. The only issue with the Steelers is there's absolutely no one behind him in the receivers room. So they would either have to spend a lot of draft resources on receivers in the draft, or they would have to pay some big money to get a guy like maybe T. Higgins in here. And you know what that's going to cost you. That's going to cost you 25, 27, 30 million a year if you want to do that.
And if they get Russ on the contract you're talking about, it's doable. But Ray, I think that ultimately is the big question. We've talked about quarterback and receiver, but philosophically, the Steelers spend all their money on defense. Are they building the team the wrong way?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the results in the playoffs suggest yes. And, you know, for them to get boat raced the way they were boat raced on Saturday night, 300 yards rushing, you give up. Lamar Jackson pretty much just toying with that defense with, P.J. Watt making $30 million a year. Guys, next year, Minka Fitzpatrick, who has had one interception in the last 2 seasons, Minka Fitzpatrick is a $22 million cap hit for next season. So they're going to have to make some hard choices. Do you bring a guy like Fitzpatrick back? I think they're obviously going to bring Watt back, but I think to your point, they have to start figuring out if this is the right way to try to build a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Like I said, they're a legitimate playoff team almost year in and year out. They're just never good enough to make any kind of a run once the postseason does get here.
He's Ray Fittipaldo. He covers the Steelers for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Follow him on X at Ray Fit. That's with 2 T's. Ray Fit, the number 1. Ray Fit 1. Ray, I'm trying to remember the last time the Steelers took a genuine step back to try to go forward. Cowher had a couple of losing years, but I don't remember them being designed losing years. I thought they were just years that kind of happened, the quarterback injuries, et cetera. I mean, Ray, do you have to go back to the late 80s, the late 60s? I mean, when's the last time this organization said, okay, we're going to have to tear it down to build it back up differently?
Yeah, and I don't know that you have to have consecutive losing seasons for that to happen. But 2003, guys, they were 6-10. And guess who came in the draft at pick number 11 in 2004? Ben Roethlisberger. Sometimes that's all you need. You just have to have that one bad year, and you have to hit it right at the quarterback position. And I'm not saying it's as simple as that for the Steelers, but listen, if you would put Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen on this Steelers team, I think you would have a legit Super Bowl contender. So is that the only thing that's wrong with the Steelers? No, it's not the only thing. They just have to find a way to get a franchise quarterback, and everyone knows how it's done. Yeah, you can maybe try to spend a lot of money in free agency and try to hit that once in a while, but the way you do it, the way you build a legit contender is to draft one, and they just haven't been in position to draft one here for more than 20 years now.
Would they consider trading Tomlin?
No. Well, we had a report in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette yesterday that they are not going to make any changes involving the head coach. So that's not going to happen. Now, when you lose in the fashion that they did on Saturday, there are going to be staff changes. There's obviously going to be player personnel changes. I would imagine that they might move on from their defensive coordinator, Terrell Austin, and I think multiple assistants could go as well. But no, Mike Tomlin has 2 more years remaining on his contract. He's making about $15, $16 million per season. The Rooney family just isn't going to eat over $30 million just to move on and get a new head coach.
So, and obviously this is a sports radio thing here. So, but I know the Jets as an organization are infatuated with Tomlin. if the Jets called him up and said, "Hey, we got the 7th pick of the draft. We'll give it to you. Give me Tomlin." Okay. Do you think it's 100% there is no way they don't even answer the phone, or it would have to be something that dramatic?
Yeah, I mean, listen, like if this was a quarterback draft where you could have like 3 or 4 legitimate top 10 quarterbacks, then, maybe they would entertain it in those circumstances. But from what I know about this 2025 draft, it's not a great one for quarterbacks. So, to me, that's the only way I think the Rooney family would entertain something like that. They would have to know that they would have their quarterback of the future coming, in a move like that. So even under those circumstances, guys, I don't think they would even, entertain that phone call.
Wet your finger, put it up in the air. I mean, is Steeler fan accepting of the fact that they're just not good enough? Or, what do you think? Because Mr. Rooney publicly a year ago, Ray, I don't have to tell you, you were there. He said, "I'm not going to tolerate another 9-10 win season where we, get into the playoffs and get bounced early again." Well, the exact same thing has happened. I mean, I feel as if he's almost set himself up.
Well, what did he do? 6 months after he made that proclamation, he signed Mike Tomlin to a 3-year contract extension. So he's married to that. Like I said, guys, it's not going to change. I will tell you, there was less buzz around this playoff, around last week for a playoff game than I can remember in quite some time. Even when Ben Roethlisberger was at the end, you always thought you had a chance with him at quarterback, right? Like he could maybe recapture some of that old magic, and maybe they would upset somebody in the first round. There was none of that this season. The end of the regular season on a 4-game losing streak, and I think everyone figured out that this team was doomed no matter what was going to happen in Baltimore on Saturday night. So, that's not going to change anything. There's, a 30,000, person waiting list for season tickets. If somebody cancels their season tickets, it's not going to hurt the Rooney family. So that's not an issue. But I'm just telling you, there is, I would say, less optimism around this team right now than I can really remember in recent history, maybe even going back 20 years before they had Big Ben.
Ray Fittipaldo, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, covering the Steelers. Ray, thanks once again for making time for us. Stay well, and hopefully we can connect around the draft.
All right, guys. Appreciate you having me on. Have a good day.
Ray Fittipaldo. Follow him on X at Ray Fit with 2 T's. Ray Fit, the number 1, Ray Fit 1.
That's a tough spot to be in when there's no buzz for a playoff team.
Well, and I was thinking it's a really tough spot for you as Steelers season ticket holder. I mean, how are you going to be able to sell those tickets and get big money for them?
David, they're Steelers season tickets. Believe it or not, they always have value and always will have value, at least for the foreseeable future.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yinzer, I'm not sure what the young, innovative OC would have to work with. From the young, innovative OC, I don't take the Steelers job because, oh, what are you giving me to work with? The whole draft arch thing. He's not eligible for the draft. He's not 3 years removed from high school. 2, you have to declare for the draft to also be eligible for the draft. If by chance you don't do so in time and then you, for whatever reason, you lose your college eligibility, you're then eligible for a supplemental draft, which is how the Browns got Bernie Kosar, by the way. EB, I think the Bucs need better personnel on defense. I got something little here. Do you?
No, that'd be great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on an overreaction Monday. You know, fire Todd Bowles. 3 straight division titles, but we lost in the first round of the playoffs at home because our quarterback doesn't know how to hand the ball off properly. And then they don't know how to line up properly on 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 1. It's the coach's fault. Get rid of them. Although it is part of our Swamp Buggy Racist poll question. Worst loss of the weekend. Bucks, Steelers, Chargers, Packers. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. A story that got a smidge, a touch, a little bit of play over the weekend. Deshaun Watson. So while rehabbing the torn Achilles, he apparently retore the Achilles. Likely to not play this year coming up.
This has really worked out well for Cleveland.
Okay. Could there possibly be a worse trade and signing than how this has worked out? And if you need to know the facts, Mark, do you know how many games in the last 3 years Deshaun Watson has played?
Give it to me.
19.
In 3 years.
In 3 years.
Just making sure.
Right. 19. The most games he played in a season for the Browns was this past year. He played in 7 of them. Went 1-6, by the way. In those 19 games, the Browns are 9-10 for what it's worth. The Browns gave up 3 first-round picks.
Right.
A third.
And paid him all that money guaranteed.
3 firsts, a third, 2 fourths. And then signed them to 5 years, $230, $46 per, fully guaranteed.
Collectively pissing off every other team in the league upon doing so.
6 draft picks, including 3 firsts. And in 3 years, he's played 19 games. That's going to be 19 games over 4 years. Because he ain't playing in 2025. And then I believe 2026 is supposed to be the final year of his contract, but they just reworked his contract to create dummy years, to be able to stretch some money out, to give them some temporary cap relief. So even if Deshaun Watson never plays for the Browns again, their obligation with him is not going to stop at 2026. Mark, it's difficult to remind people of this. He was one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league when this decade started. He was 25 years old when the decade started and was clearly one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league. Clearly. I'm not overstating that. We would do the top 5 quarterbacks all the time. Deshaun was 4th or 5th every time. It was Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes. And then it often was Deshaun. They trade for a 26-year-old star quarterback. And this has ensued. And on top of it, he can't play. I don't mean physically. I mean when he's on the field playing, he's not any good anymore.
No, he's not, David. No, as evidenced by the 1-6 record that he had this year playing for the Browns, a team that last year won how many games?
11.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this is staggering how bad this is. You could be a Steelers, Bengals, Ravens fan and actually feel a little bit of sympathy for the Browns. This is how badly this has turned out.
No. They traded for a bad human being.
But
No,
you didn't know you were trading for a bad quarterback, though.
But, David, you just said teams could have a little sympathy. They don't. They traded for a bad human being. At that point, we all knew that. And the bad human being ended up being a bad quarterback from that point forward. We didn't know that. But no one has any sympathy for a team that went out and got a bad guy. They knew he was going to get suspended. They were able to deal with that, thinking he would come back as the guy. And he never did.
Yeah, because he's 26 years old. I mean, it's not like they brought in 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
No, I understand. But remember, we talked about the guaranteed money. And I wasn't joking when I said that ticked everybody in the league off. They signed. That's why there's no sympathy for this. Everything the Browns did in this was ass backwards.
And he's under contract for at least 2 more years. And I believe they've stretched money out beyond that. This is 19 games in 3 years. It's going to be 19 games in 4 years. I mean, this is... I don't know what this is. I really don't. Because first off, he lost his magic powers. I mean, who was it who got his hair cut? Was it Samson who got his hair cut and all of a sudden wasn't, the guy with the magic powers anymore? I mean, this is, Mark, no one thought he wasn't going to be able to play the position anymore. The whole debate was, do you really want a bad blankety blank representing your franchise as the franchise quarterback? But no one thought he was going to stop being a franchise quarterback.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. They thought they were still getting Deshaun Watson. And whatever version 2.0 is, it's not even close to what the first version was.
Not even close.
And it's not age. We've watched Aaron Rodgers regress. We think it's because he's old.
And, oh, by the way, he blew out his Achilles.
Kirk Cousins, same thing. But Deshaun Watson, well, he was out because of his own doing. We thought when he came back, he would be Deshaun Watson again. He ain't.
He's not yet 30. He's going to turn 30 at some point this year. And he's going to miss that season due to injury. So, Mark, actually, for the Browns, he will have only played 19 games in 4 years. But remember, he sat out 2021. The Texans paid him to stay home. He will end up in years 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. He will have played 19 total games. In 5 years. And made about $200 million.
Yes, he did. One of the reasons no one's feeling sorry for he or the Browns about this deal.
All right. Just didn't know if you heard. Deshaun Watson retore his Achilles. He's likely going to miss all of 2025.
Miller and Moulton. 21,000 is the text line. When we come back, we'll talk a little Patriots on the show. They hired Mike Vrabel. Tom McKone will join us coming up here in 9 minutes.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, you're right. Only my first day, they didn't care. They thought if he played well, all the bad stuff would go away, and it's backfired times 10. Who's Anthony?
Huh. No, I didn't see it, Logic Man, because I don't even know what you're talking about or who you're talking about. Only my first day. Laugh out loud. What's a platform? That's fine. Watson. They cut their ties with Johnny quickly. It was just a first-round pick and a rookie deal.
I think I set a record for thanking people in the short time on the phone. Thanks for coming on. Thanks again. There's at least 2 thank yous every time.
Wow. Mark gives good phone, ladies and gentlemen.
Learned from some of the best.
DC Watson, much worse. 3 ones, $230 million, fully guaranteed.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question: who had the worst loss of the weekend? Right now, the Bucks are winning, probably because of all the Bucks fans listening. But Steelers, Chargers, Packers are also teams you can vote on. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Tim McKone from the Sports Hub in Boston is kind enough to join us once again. You can follow Tim on X at Tim_McKone, big M, little C, Kone. Okay, now what? I mean, it's still one of the 3 worst rosters in the league, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what? Glass half full for Bucks fans. At least you have a playoff game to be upset about, because the Patriots feel like they are a million miles away from actually being a playoff team at this point. But you know what? They do land their number 1 target. I talked to you guys last week about this, and it was pretty obvious that Mike Vrabel was their guy from the beginning of this whole process. And look, the interview list was short. They wound up interviewing 4 candidates. One, Ben Johnson, just over Zoom, a 3-hour Zoom session there. And look, there have even been reports out here in New England that a big reason why Gerard Mayo wasn't given that second year was the fact that Mike Vrabel was out there and available again this season. So no surprise that Mike Vrabel is their guy, but now the hard work starts, because like you mentioned, the roster outside of the quarterback and a young corner and Christian Gonzalez, there aren't many building blocks right now for the Patriots. So you've got that top 5 pick, you got a lot of cap space, and you got a lot of work to do this offseason. No question about it.
Well, it would be a spot. I mean, this is a draft that's full of big guys. There's a lot of linemen. There's a lot of things like that. You know, a Travis Hunter could be still floating around at 5. This seems like old school Patriots, where if the opportunity is there, they'd be a team that would be trading back in this draft to try to acquire more talent, wouldn't they?
Yes, 100%. And that's been a big conversation around here as well, is that, look, you just need players at this point. And so, yes, obviously having that top 5 pick is valuable, because if you can spin that off for more assets and line yourself up to potentially land a few players that can make an impact, it's kind of a no-brainer. And really, when you look at where the Patriots roster is and the issues that they have right now, it really does stem from the draft. They have been atrocious when it comes to drafting players. Specifically, in the headlines over the last few years have been the debacles that have been the wide receiver picks. They just can't get it right. They haven't gotten it right for a long, long time. And so when you talk about this rebuild kind of starting, it's getting the draft right. And I think giving yourself as many swings as you possibly can, trading back, acquiring more picks, that's certainly something that they're going to need to look hard and long at. And the other aspect of this thing, too, is you got so many holes in this roster. It's not just, hey, you don't have wide receivers. Well, you had arguably the worst offensive line in the league as well. You've got some issues on defense, which was supposed to be one of their strengths going into this year. And so if they do stay at 4, would I be stunned if they wind up taking a guy like Abdul Carter from Penn State to get an impact defensive player? No, I think you got to take the best player available if you stick at 4. And if not, trading back and acquiring more assets certainly makes a lot of sense at this point.
Tim McKone, 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. Follow him on X at Tim_McKone. Is there any word, or is this something you think you'll find out at noon today about Vrabel and Elliott Wolf, the current general manager? You know, is the front office going to change? You got to think Vrabel's got somebody he wants to bring in there who's his guy that he would fully trust, right?
Yeah, so he already has made a couple of additions to the front office. But Elliott Wolf, as of now, is going to stay. And I'm glad you brought this up because this is one of the questions that we're hoping to kind of iron out today at this press conference is what exactly is Elliott Wolf's role going to be moving forward? Because you look at this, and it's a GM certainly that doesn't have a history with Mike Vrabel. And you look at stable franchises across the NFL, and it's a GM and it's a head coach that are on the same page. They're each other's guys. Whether it's the GM bringing in his head coach or they're both coming together. And to have some layover here from this past season and really the Bill Belichick era as well, because obviously Elliott Wolf was underneath Bill Belichick before he got elevated this past year. And then bringing a new staff, it just sets yourself up for, again, some more infighting and some more factions across the organization, which has been an issue here with the Patriots over the last few years. And that is not everyone's been on the same page. And so to have some holdovers from a previous regime come in and try to work with the new regime, it just feels like that's messy and potentially setting yourself up for more issues, which would be, I know, incredibly frustrating for a lot of Patriots fans who just want sort of a franchise that feels like they're all pulling in the same direction.
From a coaching standpoint, what's Vrabel going to bring in? A lot of rumors that McDaniel's going to come back as OC. What do you see in line for the coaching tenure or the coaching tree, rather, of Vrabel underneath him?
Look, a lot of Patriots fans up in New England want Josh McDaniels back. I know he has not been successful when it comes to his head coaching stints, both in Denver and out in Vegas with the Raiders most recently. But from an offensive coordinator standpoint, he's everything that you could possibly want if you're the Patriots, which is somebody that's had success, obviously, with Tom Brady. But you look at what he was able to do with, and look, I know the Cam Newton year was not successful in New England, or at least we didn't think so. 7 wins now. There's plenty of Patriots fans that would take 7 wins. But he changed the offense to kind of fit the skill set of Cam Newton. And then he had a lot of success with Mac Jones his rookie year before McDaniels goes back to Vegas. So it's somebody that's worked with a young quarterback and had success before. It's someone that we know can kind of build the offense around the skill set of the young quarterback. And most importantly, guys, you know, one of your big fears when you have a young quarterback, and look, you're going through it right now because you're going to have your second offensive coordinator in as many years for Drake May. But one of the things that you're looking for is stability for the offensive coordinator. And if you hire a young, hot coordinator and he winds up having a lot of success with Drake May, he then leaves for a head coaching job. And now you kind of got to start over with that new coordinator position. With Josh McDaniels, there's no fear that he's going to leave for a head coaching position because after his first 2 stints, you know that isn't in the cards for him moving forward. So you've got a guy that you know you can pair with Drake May for a while here. So McDaniels feels like it makes a lot of sense. There's obviously a lot of smoke around his name. If it's not him, watch out for a guy like a Tommy Rees, who Mike Vrabel most recently worked with in Cleveland. I know he also just interviewed for the offensive coordinator position with the Browns. But that could be a potential other name here when it comes to offensive coordinator for New England.
Tim, in your estimation, how good is Drake May? You know, because, Tim, for those of us in the rest of the country, we had Patriot games shoved down our throat for 22 years. We have avoided watching the Patriots at all cost in the last couple years because we were just tired of seeing them. So we probably didn't see a whole lot of Drake May this year. How good is he really?
I'll be honest. So we've seen now 2 first-round quarterbacks, right? We've seen Mac Jones and we've seen Drake May since the Tom Brady era ended. And Mac Jones obviously led a team to the playoffs in his first year, and then it sort of fell off a cliff. From a physical standpoint, Mac Jones, just eye test alone, you could tell was never going to be an upper echelon quarterback. It was a guy that had physical limitations. You thought from sort of the shoulders up, maybe he could process the game pretty fast and could be sort of a game manager and kind of, if you surrounded him with the right weapons, you could have success with them. Obviously, that did not happen. When you look at Drake May, and look, there were not a lot of wins that followed this, but the roster was atrocious. From a physical tools standpoint, Drake May has the ability to be a top 5 to 10 quarterback in the NFL. He's that good physically. Now, again, we haven't seen him in a lot of competitive situations because the roster was so poor. But if there's one thing that you can hang your hat on from a Patriots fan standpoint, it's that Drake May does look physically, and in terms of processing as well, a guy that can sort of handle what it is to be a quarterback at the NFL level. So expectations are incredibly high for him moving forward. It feels like they hit on that quarterback, and they are going to have a top 10 QB moving forward. But again, there's a lot of things that have to go right this offseason. You have to surround him with some weapons. You have to surround him with an offensive line that can sort of keep him upright. If there's one drawback, the turnovers. He was turning the ball over a pretty consistent amount. But again, you have to look at sort of the supporting cast around him and the situations they put him in. So, look, does he have that clutch gene? Was not given the opportunity to show that, whether he has it or not. But from a physical tool standpoint, if you watch this kid, there's no question he has what it takes to be an upper echelon quarterback in the NFL.
You mentioned weapons and offensive line, 2 pretty big things needed for a quarterback. What's more important in the building process of Drake May? Get him a line, then the receivers, or get him the weapons and go to the line?
I think it's the offensive line, guys. They were an absolute disaster. I want to say through 12 games this year, they had 11 different starting offensive lines. It was just an absolute mishmash of players. It was you're talking about poaching guys off of practice squads and having them start, and it just was not a good situation, and it just led to a really poor running game, not enough time for the quarterback, and I think you've got to shore up the left tackle situation. I think you've got to figure out moving forward. Again, they've taken some offensive linemen here in the first round over the last 5 years, whether that's Isaiah Wynn, who's now in Miami, whether that's Cole Strange, who's coming back from a knee injury but has not lived up to the first round billing that the Patriots put on him. You've got to kind of figure out if you actually have some building blocks internally, and if not, you've got to go out and try to plug those holes moving forward. And that, again, goes back to what you brought up in terms of the draft. And you've got so many holes on this roster. Does it make sense to just take one guy with that 4th overall pick, or do you move down, acquire some more capital, and try to bring in some more pieces moving forward?
Tim, my final question, or could Kraft have done this last year? I mean, I was trying to think of the timeline last night. So was it like midweek after the season ended that, Kraft and Belichick had that, fake presser, and they shake hands when they don't want to, and they both leave. And the next day, Mayo was hired, right? Had Vrabel been fired yet?
Yeah, so it's an interesting timeline, like you mentioned. Wednesday of that week, because it was sort of a wait and see, and you were waiting to kind of see this announcement drop, was when we found out that Bill Belichick was done as the head coach of the New England Patriots. At that point, Vrabel had been fired, but there was language in the contract for Gerard Mayo that he was, in fact, a coach in waiting. Now, again, this goes back to all the drama. And again, when we talk about sort of people pulling in the same direction across the franchise, reports out that the relationship with Gerard Mayo and Bill Belichick had gone south in that final season because of the coach in waiting tag that Gerard Mayo had wound up having in his contract. So ultimately, I think what happened was, yes, Vrabel shaking loose certainly gave the Patriots pause in terms of thinking, hey, here's a really good coach that's available. But now you're talking about not only paying Bill Belichick, who had money left on his deal, you're also talking about paying Gerard Mayo and then ultimately Vrabel. So you're going to play 3 head coaches at that point, or are you going to just go with the original plan, which is Gerard Mayo? Now, Mayo was not supposed to take over this past year. There was no thought whatsoever going into that final season with Bill Belichick that was going to be his final year. It just went south really fast. And so Gerard Mayo got put into a position that I don't think anybody thought he was going to be in as a head coach this season. Clearly wasn't ready, clearly in ultimately over his head. And they got lucky in terms of Mike Vrabel still being available and getting the guy that feels like he can not only, sort of set a culture for this team, but also kind of get them an identity again and get them sort of pushing in the right direction. And hopefully, lay that foundation. This was supposed to be a foundational year for the Patriots. It's supposed to be sort of an upswing coming off of that final season with Bill Belichick. That didn't happen. It almost felt like they really kind of bottomed out this year. And so back-to-back 4-win seasons for Patriots fans that, like you mentioned earlier, are used to about 25 years of a lot of success. It hasn't sat well with them. And hopefully this Mike Vrabel hire is the first step in sort of actually righting the ship and getting them back to playing somewhat competitive football next season.
Tim, we appreciate your time. Enjoy your presser and your material to work with for the rest of the week. Thanks, Tim. Hopefully we can check in around the draft.
Thanks for having me, guys. Really appreciate it.
Tim McKone from 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston. He's part of their midday show. Follow Tim on X at Tim_McKone, McKone.
Patriots got their guy. It's all been solved, David. They're back. Just like that. Patriots fan is ecstatic.
Now, I will say, if you hit on the quarterback and now you hit on the head coach, the rest can be filled in, Mark.
And it can be filled in quickly. Look at what Houston did. Look at what Washington did. Look at what Denver has done. It can be done quickly. Look what the Chargers have done. So we shall see.
Miller and Moulton.
Diamond District Bonus Hour is coming to you next. MillerandMoulton.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
If I had to guess the Patriots over under next year, I'd put it at 6.5.
Saturday, I think it did pretty well too. JDR Blue. How about Indiana just getting kicked by Iowa? Did you see that final on Saturday? I gotta find it, dude. I thought they beat them by like 30.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, 25. 85-60.
Where?
In Iowa.
Damn.
Yeah, Texas, that was a close game. South Carolina covered against Auburn.
Yep. Excuse me.
listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, we've had a very busy show, whether it was Gabe Neitzel, Ray Fittipaldo, Tim McKone, all joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you missed any of those interviews, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. Talking Packers, Steelers, and Patriots. We talked Packers and Steelers because they both lost in the wild card round. Who suffered the worst loss of the weekend? It's our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. And I believe the Bucs are still winning. I'm guessing that's because we have far more Bucs fans than we do fans of those other teams, although Steelers and Packers are pretty popular.
They are, but the Packers getting the least amount of votes. The Chargers, a close second to the Bucs. Both of those teams were home favorites, or both those teams were favorites. The Bucs a home favorite, Chargers a road favorite, both losing. Chargers losing handily as the Texans whacked them. Just whacked them.
And Justin Herbert will have to answer all next season. And this is the problem when you aren't winning playoff games. It doesn't matter what you do in the regular season. A year from now, the Chargers could be right back in the same spot. Double-digit wins. We'll assume that the Chiefs are still winning the AFC West. Seems to have been a law passed almost 10 years ago. And they'll go to the playoffs and it'll be like, well, can Justin Herbert win a playoff game? You know, the first one that he lost was to Trevor Lawrence and the Jags a couple years ago. They had a huge lead. The head coach took the fall in that game because Herbert helped give him the lead. I mean, they had a 4-score lead. The head coach took the fall and the blame for them blowing that game, especially since he was a defensive coach. But Mark, on this one, I mean, who's going to take the heat for this loss?
Herbert, he threw the interceptions.
Yep.
Had him down. You know, they had 2 opportunities in the first quarter to score touchdowns. They came away with 3 each time. And you know, the irony of that is they're still leading that game 6-0 on a big third down play when C.J. Stroud drops the snap. It was snapped early. It bounces off his hands. The ball, fortunately for him, bounces right up. He grabs it, scrambles, makes a great improvisational play on third down to keep that drive alive, or they punt right there. That was that whole game was turned on that play.
Yes. They end up scoring a touchdown, take the lead, never look back. Yep.
But if you're the Chargers and you would have put 6 on the board on either of those trips, you hold the lead. And they were unable to get it into the end zone. Lack of weapon shows in the red zone for the Chargers there.
You know, Trey Wingo. Remember Trey Wingo?
Yeah.
Trey Wingo has it on, if you follow him on X, when you used to come up and, you know, hit his icon there and you looked at his, you know, X
His
page,
bio.
Yeah, his bio, the only thing he would put underneath it was winning is not a quarterback stat. He didn't believe in holding the quarterback accountable. You know, many people in our Twitch chat room have brought up, you know, now that Josh Allen won yesterday, Josh Allen now has a winning record in the postseason. It's tough to have a winning postseason record. I mean, think about it. It is.
Unless you win the last game, you're guaranteed 1L.
And so, you know, you make the playoffs, you win a game, you lose a game, you're a 500 quarterback. Whatever. I think Josh Allen before yesterday was 5-5 all time in the playoffs. And so is winning to you a quarterback stat? Goodness
It
knows
is to me.
Okay.
It is to me. There are exceptions to every rule, but winning is largely a quarterback statistic.
Okay. And so, heading into next year and the playoffs next year, that'll be the storyline. And trust me, he'll get compared to Peyton Manning, who
David,
started 0-3.
Sorry, if winning wasn't a quarterback statistic, and you just spelled it, you laid it all right out there. We don't pay it. Lamar is getting considered for the MVP. We all believe Josh Allen's going to win it. Lamar's stats have never been better in the regular season. But we don't care about Lamar's regular seasons anymore because he doesn't have playoff success. If Lamar had all the rings and would have put this season together, he would have been a lock for MVP. But because a little bit of Lamar fatigue, a little bit of Lamar not being successful in the postseason, Josh Allen's going to get the MVP this year. And I do think those two correlate with one another, David.
Think about the storyline, and, I probably should have waited a week. But think of the storyline that's going to come out. Josh Allen has only won one game in the divisional round. It was against Lamar and the Ravens. Lamar has only won one game in the divisional round. It was last year at home against the Texans. Josh Allen in the divisional round, I think, is 1-3. Might be 1-4, but I think he's 1-3. Lamar in the divisional round is also no better than 1-3. If Josh Allen and the Bills lose this game, it'll be 3 years in a row they lose in the divisional round at home. Bengals in 22, Chiefs last year. It would be the Ravens, obviously, this year. And when I say 22 and 23, I mean the seasons, even though obviously the season overlaps. And so you're right, Mark. One of these two quarterbacks is going to win an MVP this year. Either one guy's first or one guy's third. And obviously, one of these two's losing. I mean, for as great as Josh Allen is, he's played in the AFC Championship game once. Now, it should have been twice. We all know it should have been twice. He was as good as a quarterback could be in 2021 at Arrowhead against the Chiefs. And he threw the game-winning touchdown pass with 13 seconds to go. It should have been the game-winning touchdown pass. How could it not have been the game-winning touchdown pass? And it turned out not to be. And the Bills have literally been chasing that moment now for 3 years.
And I think because of that play in that drive, Allen doesn't get the criticism that Lamar gets because Lamar's had some duds.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Last year, whether it was Moulton or Lamar or or Harbaugh, whomever you want to blame, they had a horrific game plan when they lost. Now they've added Derrick Henry. We don't think they will have that type of game plan ever again, where they sit back and drop back and try to beat you throwing the ball. How many yards did they run for against Pittsburgh?
299, would have been 300, but they took 2 knees at the end. I'll say it again, sidebar. I honestly don't remember an NFL playoff game in which the halftime total yards was 306 to 59. My mouth was agape. I mean, this wasn't the number one team in the draft against the best team in the league. 306 to 59. Oh my goodness. I mean, the score was only 21-0. 306 to 59.
Yeah, that's not good, David.
It's staggeringly. It's an early season behemoth in college football who's scheduling a guarantee game, and we needed somebody here so we could sell tickets. And so New Mexico State comes to town and gets just devoured by a national championship contending Alabama team. And that's your halftime stats. And the SEC network's going, boy, it's great to be able to show these games, huh? This is awesome.
We get Alabama once a year. Thank God.
This is what we get. So, but that is something for you all to decide is winning a quarterback stat. We all know the quarterback gets too much credit and too much blame. This goes right along with that.
It's either that or you just put it on the coach. It's one or the other.
Well, it's always on the coach. It's just a matter of, are we tagging the quarterback as well? Because it's always on the coach. I mean, Mike McCarthy's averaged 10 wins a year for 5 years in Dallas. Most people think he's not done a good job because they have one playoff win. And this is from a guy who's won a Super Bowl.
But I think in Pittsburgh, they put it on the quarterback more than the coach. Or lack of one.
See, which is why I think Tomlin could be had. You can't tell me Mike Tomlin wants to stay. You can't tell me he doesn't think there's a better situation out there for him.
Yeah, but not where they'd trade him to. That's the only thing. I get what you're saying, David, but where would they trade him to that would be a better situation for Mike Tomlin? And don't say the New York Jets, because that's not a correct name.
Somewhere where he can get his hand on a quarterback. See, that's the other thing. If you're in Pittsburgh, when do you think you're going to get your hands on a quarterback? You know, Lamar was, I mean, the Ravens took him with the last pick of the first round. You know, but the Chiefs traded up to take Mahomes almost in the top 10. Josh Allen was taken 7th. You know, Herbert 6th, Burrow 1st. You know, we can go right down the list here.
I just don't know where the situation's going to be that they would trade him, that Tomlin thinks it would be better. And I don't know if there's one out there. Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So in Pittsburgh, you got one team that makes the playoffs and can't win, and now you got a hockey team that might make the playoff and can't win. If they make the playoff, which I don't know if they will.
And by the way, there are a lot of similarities between the two. The difference being that the hockey teams won, championships more recently. But both living in their heyday, both decided Steelers, keeping their defensive players, Penguins keeping Malkin, Letang, and Crosby. If I was the Penguins, I would have begged Crosby to accept the trade.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, what does the future hold for the Bucs, Mark? Evans is coming back. Baker's coming back. Evans has one more year on his contract. Baker's got 2. The running backs are under contract. Tristan Wirfs is under contract. All right.
They've got a bunch of defensive guys that are become free agents.
But
they've got to make some decisions on. But outside of Levante David, I don't know how attached they are to any of the players that are free agents.
I was going to say, I think everybody besides Levante is replaceable. Now, I think they only have 6 draft picks because they traded away one of them. And they have one in every round besides that. But remember, the division goes through Tampa Bay until proven otherwise. Made 4 in a row. Only the Bills and Chiefs have done it more.
And you would think, David, and I could be totally wrong here, but we've talked about how nationally NFL folks have been negligent in really covering the Bucs and what they've done and what they've accomplished in these past 4 years. But players are aware. And if I'm a free agent, Florida has all the reasons that you want to live in it. We know all of those.
Mm-hmm.
Then choosing between the Florida teams, if I'm on defense, where do I have the best shot to get to the postseason? Well, it's certainly Tampa. You would think the Bucs would be an attractive spot to a pass rusher or a linebacker. And I think their secondary when healthy is okay, David. But they need help up front. They need to get a pass rusher. Now, there should be some in the draft. There may still be some when they're drafting. But to me, from a free agent standpoint, I would think the Bucs would be a pretty damn attractive place for some defensive free agents.
I'm glad you mentioned where they'd be drafting. We all knew what the first 18 picks of the draft were, if we paid attention and wanted to know, because those were the teams that missed the playoffs, and you draft in inverse order. And in case you've forgotten, Titans, Browns, Giants, Patriots, your top four. Jags, Raiders, Jets, Panthers, your next four. Mark, before we get to how this weekend's action has affected the playoffs and the draft, we were talking about Mike Tomlin. Where could he go?
Yeah.
Chicago.
David, he has a no-trade clause. I am sorry. There is no way in hell Mike Tomlin is going to agree to go work for that ownership group after working for the most stable ownership group in sports to go work for that train wreck of an ownership group. No damn way.
Listen, I can't argue with your assessment of the Bears ownership. I can't. But Mark, what do the Bears have that the Steelers don't?
They think they have a quarterback.
There you go. There you go.
Isn't it? Here we go. Oh, sorry.
Here we go.
Okay, I knew it. Shouldn't have done it.
Here we go. Bounced out of the playoffs in the first round again. Here we go. So, also a chance to make history. No guy has won the Super Bowl with two different franchises. He turns 53 in March, does Tomlin. Been in Pittsburgh a long time, since 07. I mean, 18 years. He was in his mid-30s when he got the Steelers job. I know he's not going anywhere. They have no intention of getting rid of him. Okay, there's no talk of anybody trading for him. Yeah, Mr. Rooney. Yeah, the Ryan Poles of the Chicago Bears is on line one. He said you'd want to take this call. 10th pick of the draft, Bears.
Yep.
First off, just from Chicago, what would Bears fans do if they traded the 10th pick of the draft from Mike Tomlin?
I think Bears fan would be doing cartwheels in the street.
I do too. I think they would go crazy. I think it's the best thing ownership has done since, we hired Mike Ditka. Yes. By the way, what does that team and organization need?
An adult.
Yeah.
Desperately. And that's
right.
why McCarthy and Pete Carroll and others are being interviewed.
Right. So, all right. So based on who lost, what their record was, their strength of schedule and all that. So Denver assumes the 19th position. They were, by regular season standards, the worst team in the playoff. Even though they share the same record with the Bucs and the Steelers, and potentially the Rams could lose tonight. But because of their strength of schedule and what have you, Denver's 19, Tampa's 20, and the Steelers are 21st. If the Rams were to lose tonight, they would draft 22nd. If they beat the Vikings, then the Chargers draft 22nd. And then Minnesota would draft 23rd. Or excuse me, Green Bay would draft 23rd. And Minnesota would draft 24th.
So the first three wild card losers are in place with their draft spot. Tonight's result will finalize the rest of the order. Oh,
yeah, there's another playoff game tonight. Vikings and Rams. Winner goes to Philly.
Matthew Stafford's kids were in the hospital over the weekend. Wonder how much that, I mean, you want to be all there mentally. That's just, leaving town and kids and family with everything that's going on in LA right now. Don't know how much that factors in to where the Rams' heads are tonight.
Apparently, they sold like 50,000+ tickets right away to this game. They gave Rams fans and Arizona Cardinals fans first crack. Then they opened it up, and Vikings fans bought a bunch of tickets. So they were encouraged as to how many people are going to be at this game, because I guess in the first 18 to 24 hours mark, they had 52,000 seats sold. Okay.
Still can get lower bowl seats for under $200 for tonight's game if you wanted to go. For what it's worth.
It's a neat stadium if you've never been. All right. The Vegas Stadium and the Phoenix Stadium are almost identical. The Raiders Stadium, besides being, primarily black on the inside, and the Cardinal Stadium being primarily red, but the Raiders Stadium is a little more intimate. Few less seats, built a little more straight up and down. Okay. But otherwise, it's the same blueprints. So if you've been to Vegas, you've been to Phoenix, and vice versa.
Last playoff game of the wild card weekend. The Rams and the Vikings. The Vikings have settled in as a slight favorite. Remember, one team has Matthew Stafford and the other one Sam Darnold. We'll see how much that plays out tonight.
Might impact who I pick in the game, Mark. I'm just telling you. And can we put the dollar value on how big of a game this is for Sam Darnold coming off his performance last weekend? Is this a $10 million game, a $20 million game? More?
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How good's the nap going to be, David?
Amazing. Oh my God. Could be 3
Alarm
hours.
worthy?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm setting the alarm. And I've got almost 7 hours till we leave for the game.
So this could be a sleep, not a nap, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. Yeah. This could be.
I'll blow through this stuff quickly so we can get into the Monday night game.
I don't have a ton of stuff.
All right. When was the last neutral site playoff game that wasn't a Super Bowl?
Oh, jeez.
Is this unprecedented or has it happened before? The Bills ever have to play in Detroit because of snow? That was a regular season game.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. Miller_Moulton on X, MillerandMoulton.com. Thanks so much for being with us. You know, you asked me a question, which
right before the break, too. That was very, very wrong of me. I thought maybe your Rolodex, your mental Rolodex would pick it up. So I was curious. We have a neutral site game tonight. When was the last neutral site playoff game that was not a Super Bowl?
Okay, so here's the thing. I knew it had happened before, but I forgot the teams, the game, what have you. But I know during research for the Monday Night Football game, I knew it had happened before. 1936.
Who was playing, and David, how did the game go? I know you covered it.
It was Boston, and that franchise is now the Washington Commanders and the Green Bay Packers. It was moved from Fenway Park to the Polo Grounds. Had nothing to do with weather or anything except poor ticket sales. And then as soon as the game was over, the owner of the team, George Preston Marshall, relocated the team to Washington, D.C. By the way, the Packers went on to win.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com or call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441. Find your maximal self with Game Day Men's Health. Bonita Springs and Naples. Mention Miller and Moulton for an additional 10% off.
Mark, I was remiss in not saying, because you know me in administrations, Mark, we have to go back to the FDR's first term. Ba-dum-bum.
We don't have to go back that far for our first stop on Today Was a Day When. 1968. Two things happened. First off, a tragic one. Minnesota North Stars player Bill Masterson suffers head injuries during a game. He would die 2 days later, becoming the first player to die as a result of something that happened in a game. The second, a little more uplifting, although the place it was held at, not so much. Johnny Cash performs at Folsom State Prison. The show is recorded for a live album release. Today in 1979, the YMCA files suit against the Village People for libel for their YMCA song.
Which is so stupid. I mean, they gave the YMCA so much publicity.
Correct. I think they ended up dropping the suit, didn't they? Or lost the suit or...
Well, also, they didn't say anything bad about the YMCA.
No.
You know, they basically said, hey, it was a good, fun place to hang out at. Why don't you go to the YMCA? I mean, they hated the song that much?
I had this in backwards order. I screwed my order up today. 74. Super Bowl 8. Dolphins beat the Vikings. Larry Zonka, your MVP.
Isn't that the one that's held in like the one venue? Wasn't that at Rice Stadium?
You are exactly right, David, at Rice Stadium in Houston.
And when you go back and look at the early days and who had Super Bowls and then where they ended up going, I think that was the second and last time that Rice hosted the game. But now we go, wait a minute, we held the Super Bowl at Rice? Not, by the way, not the Astrodome. You know,
right.
the Astrodome had been around since the mid-'60s.
No, it was at Rice.
Right. We want to go to Houston. Oh, okay. Where are you going to have it? The Astrodome. No, we're going to go to Rice. What?
2015. I don't even know if I can say this. So the TV comedy Blanks Creek debuted on CBC. Great show. If you've not seen it, it's a great show. Eugene Levy's fantastic. And in 2020, LSU trounces Clemson in New Orleans for the Natty. 42-15 the final.
Take a look at the players they had on offense. There's never been an offense better. I feel confident in saying that. For all the great teams in college football history, I think that's the best offense. They were average on defense. They didn't need one.
Bob Baffert, the horse trainer, 72. Golfer Mark O'Meara, 68. Julia Louise-Dreyfus is 64. Patrick Dempsey, 59. I only added him, and Tampa Bay fans may remember he played with the Lightning for a brief time. Nikolai Khabibulin is 52.
Oh, the Bulin Wall.
I bring him up for one reason, David. Before he ever played in the NHL, Nikolai played for a Russian team that toured the States playing the IHL. I happened to work in the IHL at the time for the Atlanta Knights. And it was not the Russian Red Army team. It was probably their C team. And the Atlanta Knights, and they played every team in the IHL, and all the games counted in the standings. And Atlanta beat them 3-1. And Khabibulin had 52 saves. The ice was tilted the whole night. And he gets the number 3 star of the game. You give it up for the goaltender who makes all the saves, even though his team loses. And so he obviously doesn't speak any English. And you've got the people working down to hold the players to make their little circle onto the ice. Well, Khabibulin's never done a little turnaround. The girl or guy down there says, go out and do this. He doesn't understand what the hell they're saying. Khabibulin, when introduced as the 3rd star, did an entire lap of the ice like he was carrying the Stanley Cup. And as he kept going, the crowd kept getting louder and louder and louder. Great crowd, huge crowd for that night, almost a sold-out event at the Omni. And the place kept getting louder and louder as he did his lap around the ice. It was absolutely awesome.
And then, of course, what year was that?
Would have been 1993.
And 11 years later, he took a lap with the Cup in Tampa.
And Connor McDavid is 28 years old today. Did I miss anything, David?
I thought there was one thing here I wanted to mention. I probably should have it. Oh, yeah. Michael Jordan, MJ, retired for the second time on this date in 99. Remember, he came back and then played for the Wizards. But 98 season, had the 99 season, I don't think had started yet. I think we were still in a lockout. Jordan was a free agent. Phil had left the Bulls and what have you, and he decided to retire.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Naples and the Naples police officers. A couple of officers outside of the night shift early Sunday morning discovered an injured owl outside the police department. It appeared to have been struck by a vehicle. The officers placed the bird in a container, transported to the Conservancy of Southwest Florida for evaluation and treatment. For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, where Matthew Ward was expecting his Apple AirPods to be delivered to his home in Cape Coral on Tuesday. It was delivered. Called his wife. He said, "My AirPods are there. Go get them." She said, "No, they're not." Turns out from their door cam, ring cam, 15 minutes after the package was dropped off, a woman driving an SUV in the middle of the day, parked in his driveway, walked to the front door, stole the package, and drove away.
Wow.
On the lookout for the porch pirate. And finally, the ugly. We go back to Naples, where Abel Cordova was stuffing meat down his pants at both Costco and Sam Clubs.
I hate when that happens.
Working with loss prevention teams at the membership warehouse clubs, Collier County Sheriff's Office had a stakeout for the meat theft. Get it? They did find him. He had $1,000 worth of meat on him, along with fake membership cards, a little weed, and some fentanyl. So it looks like Abel's going to spend some time in the pokey. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, January the 13th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. Still a $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers, plus other jobs available. Look for all the listings at capecops.com.
So do you think the change in location affects the game at all?
I don't. I don't look at the Rams of having a home crowd advantage in any game they play, even against the Vikings.
The line did move 1.5 points for whatever that's worth. The Rams really took it to the Vikings. 7th game of the season for Minnesota. And yet most people just assume that this is like the Chargers going into Houston and beating the Texans. The Rams, the 4 seed, but the Vikings, the 5, and they're better. And they are the first 14-win wildcard team. They did win 4 more games in the regular season than did the Rams. But I'll say it again. The Rams started 1-4, went 9-3 in their last 12, and didn't play their starters in the final game of the year, which meant that while the Vikings were going 9-2 during an 11-game stretch, so were the Rams. Just saying.
I'll take Matthew Stafford. I'm going to take the better quarterback in the playoff game. The blitz does not affect him as much as it does other quarterbacks. You talked about the screen game to the wide receivers. He's got 2 really good receivers. The running back can get things done. I'll take the better quarterback in the game. Give me Stafford. Oh, yeah, that's the Rams.
Well, if I take the Rams now, we are just gifting the Vikings a win, right?
Maybe.
But I'm going to take the Rams. And I think this is a $50+ million game for Sam Darnold. Because this is whether or not you get 4 years for $40+ million, or whether you're just seen as a stopgap who's had a terrific regular season because you were part of something special, a gifted play caller, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, blah, blah, blah. This could also determine, if you're the Vikings, whether you're keeping Sam Darnold or not, whether you're going to tag him at $40+ million.
And I think they may tag him either way, David, but signing him could be having something to do with what happens this evening.
Mark, in the last 15 years, the Vikings have won 2 playoff games. They haven't won a playoff game in 5 years, by the way, when Kirk Cousins went into New Orleans and outdueled Drew Brees and the Saints. Yes, he really did. I was there. But since Favre threw the interception in the NFC Championship game 15 years ago, the Vikings have won 2 playoff games. Have not had a lot of success in January. And for a team that went to 4 Super Bowls, Mark, and have been to like 8 or 9 NFC Championship games, they're 10 games below 500 in the playoffs as a franchise.
So what happens tonight? Does the team who had great regular season success now gets a neutral site venue? Should be an advantage? Or does Stafford and the Rams keep the Vikings postseason poor play on the continuance?
6 games in the NBA. Do you know the Pistons are above 500?
I do.
Pistons have won like 6 of 8 or something like that.
And that's with losing one of their best players in that run as well.
They're in New York to face the Knicks. College hoops tonight, we do have a system play, but I don't think we want to play it because we didn't want to play it last week when we had to. That was Rutgers at home getting a couple against Purdue. Well, they're back at home, Mark, and they're getting 3.5 against UCLA. Now, we could wait because the polls come out in a couple hours and UCLA won't be ranked when the polls come out.
Correct. That is exactly what I was going to say. When these polls come out, UCLA, who was 22, has lost twice since then, will drop out of the top 25.
Okay, so we don't have a system play tonight, so we're off the hook, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 3 games in the NHL. Panthers in action in Philly against the Flyers.
Great game with the Panthers and the Bruins over the weekend. Panthers lost in overtime, but man, when those two teams play, that's playoff hockey, folks. Have a great rest of your day, Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.